I know I'm different. I get a text, but now I ain't with it. About the best party that this city has ever seen. But I'm not tripping. Heard every adjective in existence in their foolish Facebook descriptions, but they ain't fooling me. Still, it's a Friday night, I'm feeling something. Hit up the crew, but they already coming. And if we all ain't even doing nothing, it's better than something with nobody.
Thinking party with fake friends if I could. And girls they don't talk to. They do their thing, but I'll be with my homies. No club in the bottles, just a house in a bottle. Call me crazy, but I'll be with my homies. I'll be with my homies.
Last night was so crazy. That's what I always hear from them lately. But you probably paid that dude 80 just to get in. And I bet you hate me. Didn't have to smile just cause they say cheese. I don't gotta buy a drink for these ladies that don't know my name. Still, it's a Friday night, I'm feeling something. Hit up the crew, but they already coming. And if we all ain't even doing nothing, it's better than something with nobody.
Thinking party with fake friends if I could. And girls they don't talk to. They do their thing, but I'll be with my homies. No club in the bottles, just a house in a bottle. Call me crazy, but I'll be with my homies. I'll be with my homies. Taking party with fake friends if I could. And drugs from their doctor. They do their thing, but I'll be with my homies. No club in the models, just a fit that I top. Call me crazy, but I'll be with my homies. Taking party with fake friends if I could. And girls they don't talk to. They do their thing, but I'll be with my homies. No club in the bottles, just a house in a bottle. Call me crazy, but I'll be with my homies.
She just moved to LA, go to UCLA, and she drive a Maserati. Then she got a body, she be tryna party. She be tryna party. She just moved to LA, go to UCLA, and she drive a Maserati. Then she got a body, she be tryna party. She be tryna party. Surf for shawty, she just caught the wave. 24 been getting paid. Diamonds in her watch, no shirts. All these lights on the chain and arcade. Pop one pill, pop two pills. Roll, 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 now she going downhill. And she was born in Texas, so you know she flexing. Shawty got style, I can tell how she dressed. She just moved to LA. She be tryna party. She be tryna party. She just moved to LA. She be tryna party. She be tryna party. She ain't used to the weather. She be rocking no clothes. Fucked up last night. Today she a no-show. She don't like to go to class. Rather hit a party. Study that solely. Papa got money. Red Maserati. She just met new friends. They just wanna stay out till the sun come up. They just wanna party. Tell them something came up. She
Don't know why I get so messed up in my head, but I keep putting up fences, anything to keep away from the truth. Maybe I've been going too hard, doing too much, trying to drown out my senses. I don't know what I've been trying to prove. I want somebody to see to me, correlate with me, you're safe with me. I want someone to come through for me, hold tight to me. Finally, I want somebody to wrap me up in the middle of the night, yeah. Stand up, tell me everything's alright. You say to me, oh, say to me, you're safe with me. Tell me you'll be safe, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Tell me you'll be safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Tell me you'll be safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. People tell me I'm a fighter, a survivor. No, I don't suffer fools like I've never been the type to get lonely, yeah. But being young kinda gets old, kinda gets cold. Always keeping it cool, yeah. There's a side of me that they don't see. I want somebody to see to me, correlate with me, you're safe with me. I want someone to come through for me, hold tight to me. Finally, I want somebody to wrap me up in the middle of the night, yeah. Stand up, tell me everything's alright. You say to me, oh, say to me, you're safe with me. Tell me you'll be safe, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Tell me you'll be safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Tell me you'll be safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. I want somebody to say to me, correlate with me, you're safe with me. I want someone to come through for me, hold tight to me. Finally, I want somebody to wrap me up in the middle of the night, yeah. Stand up, tell me everything's alright. You say to me, oh, say to me, you're safe with me. Tell me you'll be safe, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Tell me you'll be safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Tell me you'll be safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Safe for me, safe for me, safe for me, yeah, 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 yeah. Save for me, save for me, stay with me. Don't lie, I know you've been thinking it. And 2 times you let it slip from your lips. You got too much pride to make any promises. Thinking that we got time and you wanna keep it in. I want you out in the pouring rain. I want you down on your knees, praying to God that I feel the same. I'm right here, baby, so please hold me up, tie me down.
Everybody knows I'm live. Candela. Everybody knows I'm fine. Candela. Go ahead and slip, I'll slide all up in your B.O.D. Wow.
Babe, don't make a sound. 2 a.m. love, gotta keep it down. Don't wait around for a signal now. Give me some verb, I ain't talking now. You wanna ride in the 6, you wanna dine in the 6. But when I lean for the kiss, you said I'll probably send you some pics. And I'm like, hell nah, been waiting too long.
Brando.
Hell nah, I want that cruel love.
Nigga jam.
Hell nah, been waiting too long.
Loud luxury.
Hell nah, I want that cruel love.
Mr. Worldwide.
Body of mine, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body of mine, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body of mine, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body of mine, finding all my innocence.
She got the body of a goddess, booty so big you can see it from the front. I wanna ride it, baby.
you excited. Mommy gotta be a chiropractor, the way she break necks with that body. Light it, daddy, we came to party. 305, look what we started. We gon' slide, go ahead, shout it. We gon' ride, go ahead, shout it. Now give me that cool up, get naked, mama. Papi chulo, bien duro, te lo quiere dar. I want that cool up, get naked, mama. Papi chulo, bien duro, te lo quiere dar. Hell no, been waiting too long. Hell no, I want that cool up. Hell no, been waiting too long. Hell no, I want that cool up. Body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah. I need you, baby, you got me waiting too long. Yo quiero darte bien duro esa canción. I like how you look in my bed. Y como lo hace, bebé. The way that you move in your body, I know that you're naughty. The way that you flip. I want that cool up, get naked, mama. Papi chulo, bien duro, te lo quiere dar. I want that cool up, get naked, mama. Papi chulo, bien duro, te lo quiere dar. Hell no, been waiting too long. Hell no, I want that cool up. Hell no, been waiting too long. Hell no, I want that cool up. Body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, losing all my innocence. Yeah, body on my, finding all my innocence. I want that cool up, get naked, mama. Papi chulo, bien duro, te lo quiere dar. I want that cool up, get naked, mama. Papi chulo, bien duro, te lo quiere dar. Party rock, party rock, party rock. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Get ready to rumble!
Pump up the jam, yo, pump it up, yo, pump it.
Y'all ready for this?
I like to move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. Move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. Give it up. Welcome to the big show. Simply wake up.
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, 'cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. Pump up the jam. Pump up the jam. Pump up the jam. Pump up the jam. Pump it up.
Breaks a couple of tackles. Headlock and a go. He could go all the way.
Hey, you, get out of our way because today is the day we will put you away.
And we are here. It is Tuesday. Whoa. That song's a little louder than the last one. The third 4-day week that we've had here in about a month now. It's crazy to think that. So we had one for Christmas, had one for New Year's, and now we get one for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So hopefully everyone had a good 3-day weekend. Here we are, 4-day week. We will probably fly right on through this week as usual. Try my best here. I'm sure this won't sound hopefully too much out of the ordinary today, but I may sound a little bit here and there out of the ordinary. I'm sure most of the part I sound fine. I don't know if it was bronchitis or strep, whatever I had, pushed through it. And it was the worst over the weekend. Hardly couldn't really swallow. It was just so tough to cough. It was terrible. I was like, good to go though. Pushing through. But I just want to let you know if you do sound a little bit under the weather, but still no concern here on my end. No trades today, at least in market. I did trade because I was all day long been up, and TCBP was the only trade. Other than that, this was another alert I just would have alerted you guys. Of course, the BTCM shelf crack that I put in here, came in here, put all my drawings in. Nice little shelf crack. We're finally getting closed and open candles there. About 473 or so would have been a good entry. Up a good 10-15 cents so far. Another short that I just saw, maybe a possibility, would be CYAD when we crack this 178, 180 area. We are in a channel right now, top resistance right around 230-ish or so, 235, somewhere in that area, 170, 175, 180 area is going to be your support. So here's your bottom support down here with the lower shadow down to 170, all the way up to about 175, 177, and of course you can see a lot of resistance around the 230-ish mark. Other play I was looking at today, I wish I would have located shorts earlier on, was EH. I'll go through the other two plays that have just faded off and haven't done much since, and why I haven't been looking at them anymore. EH was a great short opportunity today. I wish this was a move up from Friday. Wish I had my eyes, or of course got located shorts to share. I didn't locate shares. I should say locate shares to short. I did not do that, unfortunately, for EH. Now the one I did was TCBP, but it never popped back up again. And I shorted it here in pre-market. Mel was long on it, and as soon as Mel was done going long, I was like, hey, be careful, I'd go short here, and I went short. And I just took a stab at it. I was like, I want to start trading some of these in pre-market. Like I said, I'm going to start doing a little bit more trading this year. When I start, of course, keeping up with these alerts that I alert out, which today was the main alert that I gave out, and the only alert really I gave out today, was this alert right here for a good short opportunity, and I wish I would have held longer. This really came all the way back down to $5 in the net. I wouldn't be able to even crack that $5 shelf. Wish I'd have been paying attention to this at the opening bell right here, this 510 shelf crack, as we cracked right on down and came down to the 450 area. Then cracked the 450-ish or so shelf, and then of course, that would have been probably hard to get into as it really flew down. But regardless, nice short today so far on TCBP, and just hasn't done anything for me to really want to look at it again. RBLX was another play that some traders were looking at. It was up. Rock and TJ brought this to my attention early on this morning for a short. Hopefully Rock and TJ took advantage of this one. I don't know, though. We talked about the 37. I was talking about this 3770 area. I said, be careful of that. But past that, I know this thing will probably start dumping. And it finally did. A little rangy ticker, though, overall. There were some decent shorts, though, to be had on RBLX here and there. A decent mover, still flagging out, really mainly out to the right there. Rocket TJ said, no, wish I did, but I didn't. Oh, Rocket TJ, oh no, baby boy. I'm sorry, what'd you trade there, Rocket? Or did you just not trade it? Or did you trade something else? Chef Boy, how you doing? Hopefully everyone's having a good day. Be right. How you doing, little YMC over there? Other cousin, Geek Bomb. Renard Snips. How's everyone have a good weekend, though? My weekend was just miserable, honestly. Just was not that fun, but it's all right. I'm glad I had a 3-day weekend, honestly. I very much needed it. Which platform has the most shorts available for most stocks? I would say Centerpoint or Cobra. Well, I mean, Trade Zero or Lightspeed or any of these others are probably going to have just as many shorts. They're just going to cost more, Ascension. Now, if you're talking about, let's just say, overall availability of short, add in the cost per short. So what is the highest availability of shorts and which is the lowest availability of cost? I would say probably Centerpoint or Cobra. Those are going to be your top two. Maybe Cobra, could be Centerpoint. I don't know. I don't have either. Then it's going to be probably Lightspeed, and then, at least from the top that we use in chat. Trade Zero is going to be the bottom of the barrel. There's not really, that's why you can get in with $2,500. I mean, that's why with Cobra and Centerpoint, you have most of those big guys, the old school ones. Lightspeed used to be the same way. You had to actually have 30K, not 25K. They wanted it to be 5K over the PDT just to be safe. And so, Lightspeed, you're getting in with 2,500. That just kind of showing you what you're, what you're getting. You pay for what you get. Or I can do something else and got squeezed twice. CYD. Okay, CYD. Oh, no, baby boy. It's all good. I understand. It happens. And I was going to say, did you maybe move away from it, potentially? Oh, thanks, man. No, so what? Oh, Love Chip. So, guys, she's gone now. So, sorry, I will move it away, Love Chip. Love Chip. So, I'm trying to get... I think she's gone. I'm trying to get Avery already into an M series. So, I found this M series that's low mileage. It's because she likes X3, so it's an X3M with really low mileage. It's just like the one I got her into, where it's like it only had one one owner, and it looks gorgeous. And so it's a company I know in Texas, and they have really high ratings too, which I know that I kind of know the guy, not really that well. It's from the last time around when I didn't get one from him, and so he's trying to get me into it. So sorry, that's who was texting me. I'm trying to maybe get my wife. We're gonna trade in hers for a new one. So yeah, I was like, yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do. It looks just like the one I showed you. So it looks like the silver one. It's just going to be a 2020 X3M with really low mileage. It has like 20,000 miles on it. I was like, and yeah, one owner. And I'm like, oh my, it looks so pretty. And I was like, oh man, I may just go ahead and just do it now. Because I was going to refinance hers. And then I was like, oh, well, maybe. Anyway, let's go here. Let's see. And there we go. I got that moved away from the phone. What's up, Love Chip? How you doing? But yeah, so that's who I've been. Sorry, I'm kind of like really pumped about that. It was just kind of me. I'm Mr. Random. That'll just some of that happens every once in a while. How you doing, R-Dub? Vegeta, though. Nice to see you in chat. How we doing, though, team? Anyway, so there's really not much to look at today overall. You know, still recovering here myself a little bit. So that's why tomorrow I wasn't really looking to try to get a ton of trades in today, honestly. So if you're asking what I traded or what I looked at, I didn't see a lot this morning. That was one of my, it's not, I know not there anymore, but when the last alert, I said, okay, I'm taking a break now. Hopefully we get some more volume and movement, I think I said was one of the last alerts I gave, and you probably didn't see alert again from me again this morning. That was probably 45 minutes to 50 minutes or 40 minutes, 30 minutes, somewhere before the opening bell after I traded TCBP. There just wasn't a lot to look at today, and so I wasn't enthused with what I was seeing, unfortunately, after a 3-day weekend, and so I just moved away kind of just being groggy and had the sessions this morning, and they were first-time sessions more so, and so it was, anyway. No trades for me, except from pre-market. Good to short CWAD. Let's see, CYAD. I would wait for CYAD, CAD. I mean, you can go maybe underneath. Now, again, this isn't perfect for me, but if you want to say go underneath the C, support, a little bit of receive, kind of a sandwichy area. It's not perfect. If it was more perfect, I'd say short this 195-ish VWAP area for the move down to 175. But to me, the best area, honestly, looking for the short, in my opinion, is just waiting and being patient, waiting for 175. Excuse me. If you didn't get this trend line crack right here, it's going to be the 175 shelf crack. That's going to be your next best opportunity for the move on down. You know there's a lot of support there. When you crack it, you can move down. I would say potentially, you're going to staircase your way down to 150-ish area, 155, could potentially get to the mid to low 130s. Until then, there's really not a lot. Trendline crack just happened. Be careful if this gets back to 225, 230, 240, could finally squeeze. It's not the lowest of floats, but it's also not the biggest at 16 mil, so could squeeze possibly if some volume potentially moves into it. So, your chances, again, your choices, I should say, would be maybe this 195 shelf crack sandwichy area below the VWAP down to 175. But the main one, for me, is this blue line of support. Makes sense there, Vegeta? Really just looking for movement and volume. Decent, I will say. I mean, I know one of them is below $1. It's not like we're seeing super duper low volume team, but again, CYAD 50 mil, that's pretty decent. It's just stalemate out to the right since 30, 15, 20 minutes, that's when we first created it, but you get my point. Essentially in the first 30 minutes of the day afterward, we've been in a channel. CLXT, same damn thing. Ader the Tomater. This is one that's got some consistent movement. Volume today's at 13.5. Not great, but there's some decent volume. I would say if you look under this 135 area, you can see this nice area of support. There's a downtrend right here. Of course, this is this little squeeze pattern that happened, just so you can see the setup right here, team. Right, nice little downtrend right here. Had a small uptrend channel to it as well. You can call it a shelf if you want to. It was just getting tighter and tighter and tighter in this wedge squeeze pop, right? So the next set, the safe area to get a short in is where? When you crack this trend or shelf, whatever you want to see it as, get below the VWAP, then you're going to start cracking through this 130, 125-ish area. slow and steady as she goes. There's not a lot of movement. You'll get, it seems like twice an hour maybe or so, if not once an hour, you get the big pop movement, right at the top of the hour toward the end, you get a little movement. Nothing until the very end of the hour here, but then the beginning and now in the middle, we're starting to get a pop. So about once or twice an hour, you get some movement. Otherwise, you get the stalemate. You don't get a lot of movement. You get some okay movement. So don't expect a ton from Ader the Tomato there. Float's big too at 75-ish mil. BTCM, there's that trend line, or should I say trend line with the shelf crack right there below the VWAP. I love those. Got a nice, good area of support to get built in, whether it's a trend line, it's a shelf, or both, trend line and shelf. Crack a VWAP at the same time, great. ATXI, Axie, the taxi, 180 resistance, had the trend line. Again, just low volume, right? That's when you start more really dying into place here with a volume 3 mil, 700,000, 800,000, 900,000. GNS finally at 10 mil, but again, not much movement today from it. Yes, we'll get, and I've gotten that in sessions a lot actually recently. Are we ever going to get back? I've gotten that for a while now, and yes, we will. There will be a time, team, I promise you, we will get out of this funk and see a lot more movement where stocks where PRs, news means something more or coming out. I think that's a lot of the thing too. We're just not seeing a lot of good positive PRs recently in the last, and then granted, what time frame we're in, not a lot to be put out, and for what? Being that we're somewhat in a recession, so it's not like you're going to see a lot of technological, China, especially when it seems like when you see a lot of, there's sometimes Chinese plays, it's just pump and dumps. But you don't see anything on the technical side of things, or of course, medical has been the main driven, I would say, PR over the last 2 years. Well, that's kind of getting faded and just, doled out by now, right? We're kind of done with that trend. So now traders are going, what's the next big trend to come in? EV had a little, EV, electric vehicles, had a good little wave in 2020 into 2021. Well, that's kind of faded off now. Just haven't had a trend of PRs to set new pace, and I think we're due for that. Now, when it comes, I can't tell you. I wish I had that big, of course, crystal ball to tell you, but it will come again where we have PRs meaning something, and we just need a new trend. We just haven't had that new trend set its face, and unfortunately, it seems like, in my opinion, that just seems to be the overall, in my opinion, why we haven't gotten there. Now, yes, we're due for correction, recession, blah, 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 the SPY, all that kind of good stuff. That all has had a lot to do with it. But to me, we haven't had a good trend to set its pace. COVID, all the, health PRs, then EV. Since you think about it, last 6 months to a year, what's been the trend? It's been pattern setup more so than PR setup driven. And so once we finally have some PRs that kind of start meaning something, go back to when marijuana weed stocks 2018, I can go blockchain 2017. I can go through so many different PR or news, whatever you want to call it, trends and waves that we had, where they lasted 2 months, or they lasted 4, 5, 6, 7 months. We just haven't had one recently. So Vegeta, we're going to wait. Let's go back to 240. I'm looking. There you go. Yep, the Vegeta. Nice. Feeling under the weather. Yeah, just remember, I don't feel if you're when I came back on Thursday and Friday, I was telling you guys I could feel something coming. I wasn't feeling right. I knew I wasn't 100%, and it finally came. Actually, I'd say maybe more so Friday night into Saturday, and it showed its face. And I didn't get to the doctor by then. And then of course, no, I couldn't get in until today. And so by that point, my mom used to worked for like 30, 40, 50 years in the medical field, and she was like, "Here's what you're gonna do," essentially. And she always has this extra medicine from the off. She'd always take stuff. She worked. It was called Baptist Hospital here in Little Rock. And so she gave me a couple of things to take, and kind of like, hey, you'll be fine by you won't be great, but it's not like going to the doctor and getting a full thing of antibiotics, but you'll be good to go. The good old Southern stuff. But no, she had a couple of things from the hospital, like a couple of antibiotics, some things for me to take, but not like a whole lineup. She's like, hey, take this, you'll be fine. Do your normal. I got mucinex, blah blah blah. But yeah, so I pretty much had either strep or bronchitis, either one of the two. Don't know which one I had. Isolating myself here in the house with whatever I have, bronchitis or strep. So it's been, it was all right though, but I'm doing fine. Do you use Yeah, so Swole Granny, for Lightspeed, I use hotkeys. I don't for Thinkorswim, but I do for Lightspeed. So Lightspeed, I did for Trade Zero when I used Trade Zero. Lightspeed, I still do. I love using, because what I'll do is I'll look at my charting. I'm looking at Thinkorswim, right? Whatever chart I'm looking at, and then I can use my hotkeys right here to get in on Lightspeed, and I don't have to have different boxes open or pressing stuff. I can just look at my chart on Thinkorswim and get my way in on my hotkeys. Sorry, I want to text back real quick. All right, any cool. Yeah, you got that swell granny? Little questions, comments, concerns? Let me know. I found I don't like hotkeys as much, but I was able to make them into buttons. Let's see here. Oh, there you go. Yeah. And some people don't. Like, that's the thing, too. At first, I was not good at them. At first, I literally was worthless at them just because I was a hesitator of a trader anyway, and I think that was a lot of it. Where now I just have them set up because like typing, and where they teach you to type, so your index fingers are on the J and the F, right? And then, you go down from there, so your middle fingers will be on the D and the K, so on and so forth on the way down on the keyboard. So since my hands are almost always almost affixated all the time on ASDF. So my pinky finger, or not pinky, my pinky finger's on A, ring finger on S, middle finger on D, my pointer finger on F. And so my pointer finger F, if you see D and F get triggered a lot, or if I accidentally do DF over here, and you'll probably see that a lot, that's my feel. Those are my feels for my to get triggered on my hotkeys for light speed. And so DF are my feels, and AS are my to scale out. And that's 1,000. Those are my and so I have them all set up. Depends on how much you want. That's 1,000 shares. And so usually I have 1,000 shares all the time, so I can go DF. Or should say A, my bad. So S is 1,000, F is S and F are 1,000, A and D are 500, right? And so if I want to get in DF, so D is 500, F is 1,000. That's just how I do it. D is 500, F is 1,000. And so however I want to get in there, that's how I get in. Boom, boom, boom. So that'd be 3,000, right? That'd be 1,500 if I wanted to do that. Scaling out right there. That's 1,500 out. That's 2,000 out. However I want. That's how I'm usually getting in and out of my trades. I'm in and out. Oh my God, what am I doing? Anyway. But yeah, some people, and that's fine. That's why I always say all the time, team. What do I say? Between what brokerage you have, what mentor you choose, what trade setup pattern form you, whatever. Find what works best for you, right? What share size you use, what time frame you use, hotkeys or not hotkeys, market in, order of limit, whatever. That you've got to figure out, and that's a long trial and tribulation of figuring all that stuff out. Figuring out what works best for you. That takes a long time to do. That is not just an overnight 1 month, 2 month, 8 month, or even sometimes year process. That's a long process to figure all that stuff out for sure. I just got a Stream Deck and there you go. Yeah. And Stream Decks are awesome too. And that makes it super easy because some people ask if you've gotten a Stream Deck. And so if anyone's wondering what that is, so just some people may not know. Here we go. Here you go, team. So like this. So you just kind of get one of these. Almost looks like you work in Manhattan. You're at deckmartrades.com. Open your first floor. And oh yes, you would like to go to what floor? Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Our 334th floor is actually booked today. Sean is having an event up there. But our 447th floor, I think it's open. Those are pretty sweet to have right there. The panic button. The panic is sell position longer. There you go. Look at you guys talking about. Yeah, those help out too. That's why I always find those, and because sometimes when you're mousing around, team, literally, right, your mouse it's laggy maybe, obviously, because you're not right on it. I was always one, if I use, like when I was Thinkorswim trader, just for instance, say if I'm a when I was Thinkorswim, only Thinkorswim, I would just sit right here. So I was a market order buyer at first, and I'd just sit here, market in, right? I'd have it already order. Or once I started doing limit orders, right? That's why I taught you guys. I'd come down here and find an area like this. Oh, I love 1365. Right click, buy custom. Boom, put my limit order in right down there. Wait to get filled. Just have my limit order set down here, waiting to get filled. And then I can then when I'm ready to sell, because I was always a market seller out, just have my but a lot of people don't have that, or have that mindset to go, I need to have my mouse right here on sell market, so when I'm ready to sell, once I get filled, I'm ready to sell right away. And then have your, say if I'm in, say 2,000 shares, I'll come over here and say, since it's free to scale out, I'll go, okay, I'm going to scale out 500 at a time, 4 times. And so boom, I'm ready to scale out 4 times, let's rock and roll, right? And so I'm ready to rock and roll, ready to get filled. And so as soon as you get filled, boom, now you can just wait for your play to come up. And I don't have this wait, I just left it right there while I was in my trade. Not that it matters much, because I think a lot of traders, what you do, which I've noticed too, doing the sessions, kind of overanalyze micro analyze really big time over these trades. And so when you get into them, you're just overanalyzing everything so much. And so you're selling so fast. Where now when I'm in a trade, I am mousing around. I'm very rarely am I in a trade and I'm just nonstop staring at it like, oh my gosh, if I don't stop looking at this, I could be down. And that's not the trade I want to be in, right? So very rarely am I in trades where I just have to nonstop stare at the trade. I don't want to be in those trades. I want to be in a trade that I know right out of the gate, I feel 100% confident I can literally go do a lap around my neighborhood and feel comfortable getting back. Well, lap around my neighborhood, but a lap around the house, we'll say that, and feel comfortable coming back after being gone for 2-3. Well, that's not my house, like it's that big. Being gone for a minute, we'll just call that. You know what I'm saying? I can do something though, essentially, and not have to stare at the trade. That's what I really try to emphasize, even in my sessions and lessons with you guys, or what I teach you guys, finding those type of trades. Of course, always easier said than done. BTCM, nice little crackback since the little shelf crack so far. Hadn't come down too much further than the original dump, but nice little shelf crack so far for BTCM. CYAD, again, watch for the squeeze there. That's why I was saying that, Vegeta. Anyone else? Like, I know maybe if you're looking at that 2425 area, just be careful for the squeeze. I think this still has potential to get up to potentially today, maybe even around 260. So just be careful that this could get a little higher, maybe 255. So it could get a little higher than it did earlier. Just be careful. The one thing I do see right now, at least finally forming a little bit more so, is a new trend line, right? So we do have this new trend forming into this upper resistance area. I will mark as purple so we can see our new uptrend channel moving into the resistance area. I agree. I like to chill. The chill. I like the chill trade. Yeah. All right, team. Anything you guys anyone to go over? Let me know. I don't think there's really a lot to go over today. I know it's been a little bit slower. Really, just finally getting back into the swing of things today. More so looking at charts. Obviously, last week, really Thursday and Friday, not looking at it. Just of course, waking up, not the way I felt as well. On top of the fact, but just again coming back from the trip was just taking my time getting back into looking at charts. Feels good, though, to look back at charts today. Although, like I said, there's really not a lot moving, which kind of sucks. Not surprising, though. Unfortunately, really worse than it was. It's really just kind of a carryover from last year, and even worse. This is probably the worst January I've seen so far. At least, I don't know what you guys got the last 2 weeks, and that's why I think the last 2 weeks you guys got spikes, if I'm not mistaken, while I was gone. I know it seemed like maybe not last week as much, but even the week before last. It seemed like, though, the last 2 weeks you got somewhat of spikes. Today, though, this is just kind of reminds me of, a lot of the days last year where it was just DEAD, dead. This is crazy how dead it's gotten today. I don't see any sort of real big movement that could happen, in my opinion, for the rest of the day, is my point. Like, if you're looking for a spike or a move, I'm even looking at the SPY. I mean, not that the SPY is not going to just maybe tank off or spike back up, but if anything, I have the SPY maybe dropping down a little bit more so again. It just seems like every time it gets into this daily downtrend, it just fails. But other than that, I don't see a lot of movement. This reminds me of my point being last January, where last January it kind of started off, end of December I should say, was somewhat kind of spiky, not crazy, but was some sort of movement. Beginning of January there was something, but not too crazy, and then we just got into, well, this was of course worse than I remember from last January, but this is just only a day too. That's what I thought. It was hot last for you guys. I thought the last couple of weeks was kind of hot for you guys. That's why I thought it kind of reminded me of last January, where the first couple of weeks of January were, okay, well, we might still get it. And then it was still probably through, I mean, now, because now I think back, if I really think back, it stayed somewhat relatively warm through back and forth. We had some lulls, but then the point being, we had ISBO I think it was actually, I can't remember if it was February the 17th or the 24th. February the 17th or the 24th. ISBO. It was the 17th. I knew it was the 17th. It was the 17th and 24th. I knew it was one of the days. So the 17th, we had ISBO go pretty bananas, and that stayed pretty relevant until early March. And then what happened in early March? INDO, and of course all the oil plays early March. HUSA, remember HUSA was another one, and all the all oil plays started running. Then we had multiple. Then this is when this trend started. Sigas of the world. What was before that? Redbox, I think, was the first one. Well, there were multiple last year that lasted a month or so, but these were Redbox I'm not going to see anymore. But Varu was another one. Then this trend started right after that, as you can tell, in the April-ish area, were Redbox, Varu, Siga, and all those tickers. And then we were just like, we're trading these like 3 or 4 same tickers. It seemed like every day here and there for, it seemed like till mid to late summer. And then a lot of people went over to options. And then that's when I noticed, at least with people that still stayed with me in the small cap world, these started dying off for the most part. Although Varu actually stayed around, as you can tell, for many a month. We started trading a little bit different stuff here from August, and with the new IPO plays, if you remember. Oh my gosh, what was the new IPO play? HKD? Yeah, HKD. My play from Friday, everyone with my shrimp, though. I've called it shrimps, but who was wanting me to call it on that on Friday. But SHPH, all the new IPOs played. And then we had October. We had these small little micro trends last year, but nothing that was news related. Do you see what I'm saying? It was all just trend related. I should say chart related. It was not really PR related or news related, and that's when you get bigger spikes. When you get this new IPOs are running, or we're looking at Siga every day, or Varu every day, or of course Redbox. That's not a good trend that you want. You want, okay, this IPO is running on this PR, or this, all this, of course, when COVID came out with health, or of course we haven't had really in a while a big technological wave where we're having a lot of Chinese plays, or just plays that have to deal with technological advances that are actually taking place. Of course, within the last 12 to 24 months, and of course shortages on chips, this, that, and the other, whatever we're doing, that's probably not going to get those type of PRs anyway. So like I said, I think that's really overall why we're really been in, of course, this overall trend and mood and overall wave of nothingness over the past few months, just because we just haven't had a real trend to set into. And just kind of started noticing that and thinking about that over the past couple of weeks, and like really just haven't had anything news related that just has stuck around and been significant. BTCM, if you do have shorts available, 435. There is a shelf building here. Old resistance, support again. I'll move this down. You can see this right here. When that cracks, another good short opportunity for more short on BTCM. Extend the downtrend line a little bit for you guys. RW, we appreciate it, boss. Appreciate it. We'll definitely do that. I've been eating some good soup. Made some, I don't know what it was called, but it was kind of almost ended up making tortilla dumplings in the end was what it was. But anyway, it was really pretty much chicken tortilla soup was the last soup I made. Doing good though. Just this in here. We're getting better each day. I'm imagining by, it probably won't be until about, like I can tell on the inside, probably not till this weekend. I'll get back to being close to being normal again, but it's all good. Appreciate it though, boss. Moneybags finally going to bite the bullet and try shorting for a change. What's the best broker for shorting? Shorting with around 3K. The only brokerage, unfortunately, Moneybags that you're going to be able to get with is Trade Zero. And I say unfortunately because a lot of people are pretty much moving on from them just because their platform freezes a lot. You get stuck in trades. Pretty sketchy, risky business. People have lost some money with them, although sometimes they reimburse, sometimes they do not. But that is the only brokerage you'll be able to get in with under 3K or 3K or less is going to be, at least as a to get day in. Now, you can short with TradeStation. You can short with Thinkorswim. I love those two brokerages. Great charting platforms. It's going to be easy to borrow, so any short thing, well, they have hard to, like Thinkorswim has hard to borrow, but really there's no point to use it and try to get it because any ones that you do eventually actually do get on the hard to borrow program, you end up paying a pretty, decent fee for it. So, most of the times, the ones I'm shorting, at least on Thinkorswim, and then, Alex Vaughn and others on TradeStation, it's a platform where it's commission free, which is awesome. You look for the ones that are cheap, or I should say cheap, but they are free. Easy to borrow is what it's going to say on Thinkorswim. I forgot what it says on TradeStation. And you can short for free. Not going to get a lot, though. Now, if you're wanting to short day in, day out, kind of like we are, like you're saying, like a lot of people are like, I want to finally start shorting. I want to start shorting what you're shorting. Well, if you're going to get what I get day in, day out, TradeStation and Thinkorswim, they're gonna have some, I would say maybe 40% of what I short, and that's probably being nice, generous. That's not a lot, but that's a decent amount to get you going. So maybe if you want to get going with them, you build that up and you get to maybe a better brokerage in Trade Zero. But Trade Zero though is going to be your only other brokerage where you actually will be able to get those pretty much almost all the shorts I short, if not all of them. And you'll be able to locate them, so you'll pay a fee. And fees aren't too bad. They've kind of seem to be back and forth. Sometimes their fees aren't too bad. Locate fees aren't too bad. Sometimes they're like, okay, really, I'm really paying this much. I need to get to a better brokerage. The main thing with them is their charting. What to use to chart with, your entry order box. They're laggy, really. Your order entry time and fill time is kind of laggy. And of course, the platform, like I said, shuts down on you. And then the next thing you're like, okay, I'm in a trade here. Now I got to get this all back up. And then I've had even traders here recently where they've had to call an order in because they're trying on the platform to get out. The platform's not getting them out. They have to call the order in. So that's the only thing with Trade Zero. Love their level 2, though. Love their level 2. G. Kalanta just got here, boss. What are your thoughts shorting CWAD? So just went over to CWAD, however you want to kind of pronounce that. Said be careful here to Vegeta. Be careful to the top side. Looks like it wants to squeeze. Now you can short at 245, 250. Although I see this maybe getting to the 260 area. Not a bad idea. My main thing would say, hey, short the trend line right here, baby boy. Short that trend line, crack to the VWAP, cracks $2, and that VWAP area probably comes down to 275-ish area, 280, and that is the end-all, be-all for it. Now, when that area cracks, that's where my point is, where you're really going to get the safest, best opportunity. So that 180-ish line that I have in right there, the blue line, 178, 180, whatever you want to call the blue line, so we'll call it 178. When that 178 shelf of support cracks, that's when this can really start dumping down to the 150s even lower. So trend line first through VWAP would be your first good short. Secondly would be the 180-ish area shelf crack. Let's see here. Yeah, Chef Boy, and the only thing about Viper, I will say about Viper, I keep forgetting about that Living Like Matt, who used to be in chat, is not in chat anymore, but it was in chat for the longest time for, was at last year's seminar, so definitely a top trader. Actually did a trial run with them last year when he was going live and moved away from them just because he didn't like a lot of the stuff that he had to put up with through them, and just went straight back to Cobra. I know because Tim used Cobra. So you can use them, and it is kind of like they're off form of them, but it's not going to be the same thing, and it's not nearly as good. But yeah, Living Like Matt did a little trial run with them last year and was not too happy. But it is definitely another one. I kind of forget about them, but I forgot it. But I just do want to let people know that I know he did that last year and was not too happy with what he ended up using out of them. But it is another one to look at for sure. Is Viper. I forgot about that. Yeah, Chef Boy, you give it your own run too, but I just remember because I looked at it too, because I was just going to possibly at the time before I went over, because I'm this year, I'm about to just go over to obviously Cobra or Center Point. I'm going to make the decision soon. Although I'm going to stick with Lightspeed, because I kind of like being everyone on the same thing, and so, Deck finally going back over to Lightspeed, and so kind of getting this Lightspeed movement going would be good. But before the year's over, I'm going over to Cobra and Center Point. But last year, before I'd made that, I was like, okay, well, let's see. I'll just maybe go to Viper at first, and he just, I forgot exactly what all, I wish I could remember now because it was last April that he did that, but it was just not too impressed. April, May, maybe even June. I forgot when that was when he did that now. I'm telling you, time flies. Like, when was this? You got it, money bags, Chef Boy, always. But yeah, Cobra, Tim Z likes him a lot. I'd love to get Tim Z on. We haven't seen him a lot in chat recently. I know, I'm sure you guys remember Tim Z. He moved over to Cobra. A lot of people have. Cobra seems to be, my opinion, it seems like if I had to rate the two, Cobra over Center Point seems to be where most people like Cobra over Center Point. And so that's probably where I'm going to go to is Cobra. What's up, Snizzinator? Taco Tuesday. I'll be kind of having some tacos today. I'll be having some tortilla soup. Pretty much having tacos. I'll be having because I cut up my tortillas and I turn those into essentially they make it's so good. But yeah, so I'm pretty much having tacos later. Yeah, no, wisdom teeth out. Huh? I had my wisdom teeth taken up my senior year of high school. You're a big college football fan, so you'll probably remember. I don't know if you remember this game because you may have been you were way too young. Sniz, you were like a little puppy. So Sniz, I got mine taken out when I was high school or senior high school during Christmas break, which is nuts. A week earlier, the day I got him out was the night of the national championship game where Ohio State screwed, we're more like the officials screwed the real you, the Miami Hurricanes. And I'm sorry, but my Miami Hurricanes got screwed in that game in that late pass interference call. That was horrendous. Horrendous. But I remember watching that game just barely because I was in and out of it because I was on my, all the medication they give you. And I remember trying to, I was so pissed watching that game, but like so out of it. And then waking up, I remember later, was like hoping it was a dream. It was so funny. I was like, 2002. 2002. Well, the game was actually, I think January whatever 2003, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, January 8th, 2003 or whatever. But yeah. Thomas, that team, they won the game. The game was over. It was a freaking there, and then Love Chip coming in with their Love Chip guarantee you coming in with there you go how how games are played, right? As in so I get you. If I may, overall, let's see, thoughts and hold on real quick. Okay, I thought Love Chip was going to come in. I told you, these games are fixed. But yeah, Thomas, that was 2000. That was it. CY a little bit. There's your trend line crack. Here you go. So let's see. G. Calante, Vegeta, did you get it? G. Calante, Vegeta, trend line crack. Bada boom, bada bing. T-Farm, one thing I can't say about playing 5, yeah, exactly, any session. Man, that is the only thing, T-Farm, and I hate it, and I've said this for, since I've known shorting, unfortunately, and maybe there will come a time in a day where these a-holes don't want to charge you for shorting, but I think, it's always going to be somewhat around. But because of your using margin, and it's kind of, and I don't know why they see it as you're borrowing money when you short. I just hate the whole, I don't understand it. I have money and I don't have to borrow jack crap from you. Anyway, if they ever change that, I don't know if they're going to, because it's SEC, blah, 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 blah. So, I until then, I think they're just going to charge, because unfortunately people are going to be able to come in there, and they don't want people like we've seen where they next thing you know they own 50, 80, 100,000, whatever. They're in the whole big time. They don't want that. That's why a lot of those higher end brokerages, you're going to have to pay $30K to get into them minimum. You have to be $5K over the PDT. And they're going to always be charging you. You're going to be charging. You're going to get charged those platform fees. Unfortunately, whether it's the monthly, the commissions, the locate fees, and that's why you kind of finally go to a center point, just because then that way you're not paying high locate fees. That's where you kind of then I'll bite the bullet and go into the better one because locate fees are cheaper, and that way that's not eating my ass every month. It's going to eat your ass though. Unfortunately, shorten. You're going to have to, that's why they say at first you need to become a great shorter, and why they probably it's at least when I first grew up with the whole kind of move you away from shorting, because it costs to short. You need to know what you're doing, because shorting's easy. I mean, I say it's easy. It seems to be easier than long to a lot of people, but bro, you got to have some money and you got to have some skin in the game at first, because it costs some money to short. Unfortunately. Yeah, Thomas, that team was stacked. Kills me. I still think they won. That team, they should go back and redo that game. Anyway, I love Chip. If I may, overall thoughts super wild called weekend. Love your feedback. Let's see real quick. Let me get through all the different stock short. There you go, G. Calante. You need the VWAP to crack, G. The VWAP and 2 and you're good. Hang on, I just got back in chat ass. I think I can league. All right. All right, love Chip. I'll get in that. Here we go. Cool. What's up, man? You calling? How we doing? They had McGahee, Gore in the backfield, Winslow. Yeah, Sean Taylor. Yeah, exactly. And Thomas. Yeah, that team was stacked. Super stacked. Cool, I'm doing good, man. Just got back from vacay last week. Had a great vacation out in Colorado. Lovely time out there, man. Love going out to Denver and having some time up in the mountains. Also getting my snow in. I mean, arrived out there. There was already a foot of snow on the ground. You got to love that. The mountains already had 3 to 5 feet of snow. Gorgeous trip. Just got back, and of course, wearing my body down as usual. Seems like how they say as usual, but sometimes on trips, and got some kind of my immune system's down, so I got some kind of upper respiratory problem, whether it was strep or it was bronchitis. Moving slowly past it though right now, and everything's good to go though, boss. Looking to get some trades in more so this week. All right, let's see here real quickly, and we'll go back to football right after Thomas asks Tesla rejection area. Oh, finally Tesla getting some move back up here. I haven't really looked at Tesla since we bottomed out at 100 or so. The 135-ish area is pretty good, Thomas. So it's higher than that. 138, Thomas, is where I'd go for the first area. 138, and then the next area, Thomas, is 150. 150 is real prime if it gets up into that area, but I don't know if it will. So up until that point, we're already past the last real prime resistance area, which was 125. The next one, in my opinion, is right around the 138 mark. You still have a few dollars to go. I mean, you can try to go back to past chart history, but a lot of traders, they're just going to get that really messed up a little bit more so where the resistance at, and they're just going to look really more recently where resistance is at. In my opinion, it's going to be that 138-ish mark, and I'll even go back to past chart history just so I can see for you if anyone would ever even use this like I do. 135, 135 if you want to go there, 135 for sure, and then 138. What do we got here? The love chip. First, let's look at the story. Let's see how I made 1.1 million. Let's see. Yeah. Because someone lost, right? Because someone placed a 1.4 billion to only make they lost the 1.4. Isn't that what happened? I remember seeing that over the weekend, right? Is that what happened? Love chip. Someone placed a 1.4 whatever $1 million bet to only win $11,000, and they actually lost $1 million. They lost it in the end. Oh man, let's see. Bet 1.1 million to win 11 grand and lost. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's hilarious. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. So let's move on. Let's move on. All right, what did you see real quickly? Overall thoughts from Super Wildcard Weekend. Love your feedback. Man, yeah, I mean, from this past weekend, you get, that's why it's hard for me to watch sports anymore. A lot of the reason why, just because, it's fun to watch, if you're just like, you see the comebacks, but then me just being a logical, you just didn't see that a lot back in the day, right? You didn't see a team get up 27-0 and lose. You didn't see the Bills get up 17, and then the day after, all of a sudden, another game where you're like, damn, are we seeing this again? Vikings, it's just, to me, as has been over the past decade, if not almost always, you get your superiority teams. Now recently, it's kind of, you're really going, who are these teams? And that's kind of, to me, my real big, besides the Chiefs, right? So the Chiefs recently, moving forward, you got the Jaguars. I should say the Jaguars, but the Bengals is another up and coming team, maybe possibly where you get another team that's going to be in the Bills, right? So you have your Bills, the Bengals, and the Chiefs. I don't see anyone really contending with them over the next 5 years at all. Ravens, Lamar's unhappy, they're done. That team's going to be dismantled. Jaguars not big on Pretty Boy Floyd, whatever his name is at all. I don't now, maybe because of Peterson, Doug, and that's it. He knows the offense to run with Pretty Boy Floyd down there in the Jaguar. Anyway, it's the Chiefs, it's the Bills, it's the Bengals, and then moving forward, the Eastern side. The Western. So I was thinking. I was looking at the NFC East, but the NFC, I was thinking of it the Eastern side. But NFC East, when I go through these different teams of who's going to be, the leader, every year you're like, okay, it's the Eagles or the Cowboys, but neither one of them teams ever can win it. Maybe the Eagles here and there. NFC North's always a hodgepodge. NFC South, okay, that's, and then NFC West, is it now the 49? To me, the NFC is just a big question mark, in my opinion. And so it's just the AFC is just rolling again. This reminds me of that huge stretch, and has been, I think, since the NFC won, until the Broncos, because the NFC won 13 or 14 straight Super Bowls until the Broncos won in 97. Go look it up. The NFC won 13 or 14 straight Super Bowls, if I'm not mistaken, until the Broncos won in 97. Since the Broncos won in 97, it's been the complete opposite, and the AFC has completely dominated. It's about like looking at the SEC in college football since about, I think it was Florida that won back-to-back. That I think I guess we could go back to LSU and Nick Saban's first split championship in 2003. But somewhere in there, it's especially if you want to go back-to-back with Florida. I think Florida went back-to-back in there. Anyway, whatever. I think that was college basketball where Florida went back-to-back. Anywho, it's been nonstop. Maybe Florida did one anyway, but it's been nonstop. My point being 07, 08 with Alabama in there, wherever it was, Florida was good with Tebow. I think that's what I'm thinking is college basketball where Florida went back to back. But since then, it's point being reminds me of the SEC, and then how the AFC's been. AFC's like the SEC. It's been domination. And the NFC is just a big question mark. And I don't really know overall, just kind of if you're even like me logical, where you think about like what they're trying to do, if it is like WWE and they are trying to entertain things, because if they are, they're not doing a damn good job. obviously. I mean, they're not keeping the NFC too happy. So, I don't know. So, it's just one of those things where I understand. Also, I'm trying to see both sides is my point, where you see these crazy comebacks. Is this where the NFL is trying to do their... But, like I said, I've talked to so many players that have played in the NFL, and they're like, bro, we put our, what they, all the, of course, what they have to put in, and what the, sometimes how they feel how little they get back out of it, although some of these guys make crazy money. It's just to me, it's a hodgepodge. Besides the Bills, the Bengals, and the Chiefs, and I think that's just what it's going to be. You've got these dominating teams. It was the Patriots for the longest time, and the Broncos before. The Patriots and the Broncos, and then right before that, because of Manning, it was the Colts, kind of, and the Patriots. You just keep going back in time, and that's when now, of course, it's moved forward. Now all of a sudden, like if you remember my last comparison, the new Brady, new Manning, the new Roethlisberger is Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen. I mean, you got another three-headed monster leading the AFC, another three-headed monster quarterback system leading the AFC, just like the Steelers, point being, just like Roethlisberger, Manning, and Brady did. Kind of weird how that worked out. It's another three-headed monster in the AFC, but it is, and they're dominating. Hopefully that makes sense. That's just kind of how I feel about it, about the NFL. Let's see here. Let's see. It looks like you're having a blast. Haven't been around trade cash or other. Let's see. Let's see. There you go. That's all good. There you go. Let's see. Play. That's yep. And then catch on up. So he plays one more game on the Chargers mid-game. It was mid-game. I know it was mid-game while they're up 27-0. Yeah, love chip. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you got to imagine. Now, wrestling's one thing. Wrestling. Trust me. Some of those, even then, they choreograph a 30-minute match where a lot of that's, which I'll tell you, some of that stuff in there, they'll have ad-lib. It's just like, okay, here, you're outside the ring, ad-lib. It's not like every single move in the wrestling business is orchestrated. Most of it, half of it, yeah. So again, just take that in perspective for a football game. Now we're talking, though, 3 hours of football, right? Or at least in minute-wise, 60 minutes of real play. That's a lot of work, and not just one-on-one. We're talking now 11-on-11 that's got to orchestrate it. That's a lot of orchestration to be done. And those damn kickers. Daryl, no, I want my Broncos to hire Sean Payton. I do not want the Chargers to hire him. But, you got to think about it from Sean Payton's point. Who would he rather have? Would he rather have Russell Wilson, or would he rather have, Jared, whatever his name is, Herbert, So I'd rather have Herbert. Herbert's younger, definitely. Of course, if they are both in their prime, of course, maybe Wilson, just because he's won Super Bowls and he can do it. But Herbert, you talk about his size and athleticism and that arm. I mean, he's got everything you'd want in a quarterback. But then again, you think about the franchises. That's another thing he's got to think about too. That's the other side of this, where that's where we completely dominate. Chargers, we've won what? Yeah, baby, I'm just over here counting rings, baby boy. I'm counting AFC championships. Now, it's been a while. But you know what I'm saying. So, and of course, coming to Denver, you're owned by Walmart now. The air. There's just the Denver. It's kind of known as a big football city. Everyone loves the Denver Broncos. Are y'all going to be in back to San Diego in a couple of years? Maybe y'all going to be over Phoenix. I'm just kidding. Not that you're a Chargers fan, but I'm just giving Chargers fans hate. See, I'm praying the Chiefs have to pay the bills if they beat Jacksonville. Burrow's 3-0 against KC, which is scary. Yeah, Burrow, that's what I'm saying. Burrow is, like I've said, Burrows to me is the new Peyton Manning. Mahomes, even though he doesn't play like him, he's going to be the greatest of them all. He's like Brady, and because they do remind me of each other, and they're both up in Pennsylvania, but from Pittsburgh to Buffalo. But Josh Allen reminds me of a new kind of Big Ben 2.0, a little bit more mobile, same kind of quarterback. So it's like Big Ben is Josh Allen, Burrow is Manning, and then Brady is Mahomes. You still got the GOAT, man. You've got the best. You're freaking lucky. You got to be so lucky that coming out of Tech, there's no way, and I know you know out of Tech. You probably weren't even that big of a KC fan. I like KC. They're my team, but anyway, I know, like anyone, him coming out of Texas Tech, there wasn't a soul that had him to where he's at now. Not me at all. Wow. You've got a dime a trillion, bro. Geez, Mahomes is just dope. As much as I don't want to admit it, the kid just makes plays up left and right, and he's such a good guy, too, in the end, for the most part, that we've seen. So, yeah, it's like, God, you kidding me? And it's got to be KC. Can it not be like... Which at least, if anything, it's KC and not Oakland or San Diego, because KC, I do have respect for you guys. You know, I went to a game, I love KC, but man, could it not be like just somewhere out of our division? Like, could it just not be like, not in the same division we get the best quarterback? Man. Daddy B. Trayton, I know you discovered this a minute ago, join. What do you think? Daddy B. Trayton, that's awesome. Well, yeah, we just went over this. 135 and 138 would be your next true main areas up. Now, 150 I like a lot. That's just a ways up. Daddy B. Trading. Here's where I'm getting 138 at right here. Do you see this kind of rejection area right here where we opened up? And you can go 137.5, but you can see we're right here. That small little area of what was once support, and then we fell down from it. Trader's going to see that as resistance. Now, if you go back far enough, plus it's a whole round number, 135's got a lot of resistance. Now, of course, it's just price split action. This doesn't really mean that really happened in the past. It's just all price split, kind of past chart history. But 135 is the next other area that I would see as rejection on the way up. Until then, we've kind of passed the one that you probably do main see right here, right around that 125-ish area, 124.50, boom, 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 and then finally broke out of that today above that 13 EMA. That was the last big rejection area. Now we're above it. Like I said, the more you test, don't fail, come back down. Watch for that to push through, and there's your push through. Got that there, Daddy B. Trading? So you got a while. So you have a while. You're good to go for now. I don't think there's anything that I see until then. Like I said, until about 135, boss. Yeah, AFC's powerhouse, Uncle Mark. Well, I know I think you're your San Fran team, Mark. Which I like San Fran. I wish we would have gotten Shanahan. I think that after Kubiak, I wish we would have went after Kyle Shanahan just to kind of, again, right the ship of what we've had in the past. But kind of the whole but Sean Payton situation where maybe he chooses a better team versus going to maybe what would be San Fran Denver. I mean that's obviously San Fran's won more, so you'll win there even on overall organization. Yeah, right. Yeah, Daryl, that's the question. Which Sean? So that's the question he's asking himself. It can't be the Texans. I know he interviewed the Texans, but it can't be the Texans. So I would imagine his top two are going to be Denver and San Diego. He's choosing between the two. Yeah, Thomas could be. Yep. I see that. I could see Herbert being like Dan Marino of the pack. On the coast too, opposite coast. So from Miami to San Diego. So same kind of thing. I could see the same thing where he racks up a ton of yards. Just never wins the big one. Maybe he gets like that one chance, right? One or two chances where they get like 12, 13, kind of like Rodgers. Well, I say Rodgers. About Phillip Rivers. A lot like Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers was Dan Marino 2.0. Not as good, obviously. But a lot like him. Stood in the pocket, racked those yards up. Just could not get to that, get there that often. Didn't have a good defense. You think about it. You got to have a good, even when the Broncos, of course, the main thing to me is run game. You got to have some kind of a solid run game. It's hard to win a championship without either a defense or a run game. Elway finally got his back-to-back and got a pretty decent defense with Romanowski, Atwater, Neil Smith. I mean, we had a pretty good defense put together that back-to-back year. Not the greatest, but a middle, top third defense for sure. But it was that run game, and so you've got to have one of the two, in my opinion, if you're going to be a good champion team. Very few teams are just a toss the ball around. That's why very, very, even kind of like with Kansas City, as much as they do, they try to get that run game in, but that's why I'm still surprised why they haven't maybe. And to me, New England, sometimes when they win, they got to have that run game involved or get some kind of, situational defense, to step up for sure. Again, you go back to the Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl Denver won. I mean, the run game, but then the situational defense. Packers are coming down the field. If it wasn't for the fourth down stop and Bill Romanowski knocking the ball down, from Brett Favre, defensive stop, right? So got to have both. Nobody expected Mahomes to be. That was exactly. I was loving the Alex Smith era, but yeah, but Mahomes, Mahomes is just killing it, man. Mahomes is killing. Hey, you finally got a coach. That's the other big thing I always say in sports. You've got to have a leader, like here in stock trading. You got to have a mentor. In sports, you've got to have a coach. I realize that, and so you finally got a hell of a coach, one of the best. Top two this decade or this century. I mean, I'm sure most would go Bill Belichick top head coach, but some would call him a cheater and say he wouldn't be the top head coach of this century. Jim Kelly's another good Thomas one, yeah. A ton of perks. Yeah, Love Ship. Yeah, Love Ship, that's what they're going to do. And every time and I've always seen this, how often has that ever worked out? Where they're like, that's what pardon my French, but the crappier team does. The crappier team does what? They go, okay, we're going to offer as much more weight. Oh, they're offering you $10 million a year. We'll offer you $20 million a year. Oh, they're just offering you, you're going to be head coach. You'll be vice president of whatever opera. You'll be you'll be everything. You'll essentially own the team. You have this, and this. And I'm like, a head coach doesn't need all those responsibilities. A head coach needs to be a head coach. Every time I've ever seen that, we're like, here, you can be pretty much, you just own everything. Yeah, it's never worked out. Never have I ever seen that work out. Yeah, the I can't ever say his name. I always see it, and I hear him say it, and I can say it, but every time I see Isaiah Pacheco, maybe that's it. I think it's Pacheco. But every time I see it in Sniz, I'm like, how do you say it? Then they'll finally say it. I'm like, that's how you say his name. Tesla, watch for the trendline crack team. Tesla's got a nice uptrend channel so far on it. Most of the other tickers I've been looking at, over here to the right-hand side, have been moving to the right. I mean, really straight out. Even to the SPY right here, haven't seen a lot of movement on either one of these tickers. So the trend line right here on Tesla, now again, Daddy B Trading. Forgot who asked before Daddy B. If you're looking for a short on Tesla, to me, now before it steps into resistance, you could get a short-lived short on that trend line crack. Parcells, if he has to cook the dinner, he wants to shop for grill. That's hilarious. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see kind of how this. I always like anything like to see. There we go, the playoff picture. Let's go back to the playoffs here. Come on here. Can we get to the actual games? I want to get to the games here. Where is the actual? Why don't they have next week's games? All right. All right here. All right. Here we go. Divisional round. So we got Jayville at KC on Saturday. New York at Philly. Oh, I forgot about that. Divisional game. New York. And now, literally a divisional game in the divisional playoff round. We got New York at Philly. There'll be some good games this weekend, I'm thinking. Oh, what an old school classic. Mark, I know you've got to love this. I'm not a big Cowgirl fan, but any Cowboy fans out there, congratulations. Your first winning forever in the playoffs. First road win since like 92 in the playoffs. Boy, how about this? The Cowboys at San Francisco. I don't know if you guys are big, but what, 92, 93, 94, 95, somewhere in that was about 4 or 5 year stretch every year. I think only one was played in San Fran. I think that was the year they won it all in 94. But boy, those games were always my favorite, and I always was a fan of the San Francisco 49ers, actually. I did not like the Cowboys. It was kind of a torture. It was back and forth. I did like them at first, the Cowboys, and then I stopped liking them. I don't know why I went to the 49ers and really started liking the 49ers. I think because Dion went out there. I was like, nah, man, forget the Cowboys. I'm a Broncos fan. I can't like the Cowboys. But I remember those games. Those were some good games back in the day. Oh, boy, Sniz, you got to watch out for Pretty Boy Floyd, though, this weekend. See if he doesn't throw 4 interceptions and come back and win again. All right, team. Questions, comments, concerns. I'd say the SPY, if the SPY gets over 398.50, 398.60, watch for a pop-up to 399, maybe 399.50. It is uptrending like it wants to squeeze here, team. It does have a little bit of an uptrend channel to it as well. I'll put the trend line in that you can see that I would have in. Somewhere right about right there. I'll actually lower this right there. So watch that. Well, actually, let me get this up a little bit higher. Come on, AK. There we go. There's the trend line that I have in on the SPY. Right there, team. So it's kind of bouncing off of this 10:25 Central Standard Time or 11:25 Eastern Standard Time. The small little bounce off of this area right here, which would be around the 397 mark. Starting from there, moving up, see a nice little trend line. Right now, the trend line would be right around the 398-ish, right above 398 mark. Let's see the G-Men. Yeah, the G-Men could win that game. I'll be watching because my wife will be out of town, so I'll be heavy on the football this weekend. Probably making me some chili, some cheese dip. My wife's out of town. Be making me some chili and cheese dip. Just watching some football. You said 175 to short CWAD. Yeah, CYAD. If you haven't got the trend line crack, another area of Vegeta, again, like I talked about, would be the $2 Sandwichy area VWAP crack down to 170, 175. And then, yes, I say 175, 180, 175, 80, 175 to 180, I should say, is that shelf. My shelf, the line itself is at 178, if you want to be exact. Vegeta. We them boys. Yeah, you them boys. Are you Vegeta, are you a Cowboys fan? Vegeta, see, Daryl, yeah, great battles in the 90s. Those were some good games. Good games. Tampa Bay Medicares. The Cowboys versus the Medicares. Average age of the team was like 79. I don't know why. I guess because he got a little greedy, and I'm sure I've said this in the past in chat, but I don't know why Tom did not hang it up after winning that for the Super Bowl. Like 1 year with Tampa Bay, I would have hung it up. 1 year with them, win the Super Bowl, hang it up. I mean, that right there is a storybook ending if I've ever seen one. Go to a different team, be like Peyton Manning, be the second quarterback ever to win or maybe, I think it's the second, right? Maybe the third. Was Peyton the first? But to win a quarter, or to be a starting quarterback, to win a Super Bowl with two different teams. And he did it in the first year back, and Tampa, all of a sudden Tampa Bay's the Super Bowl champion out of nowhere. Bro, hang it up and go live with your gorgeous wife. Now your wife doesn't want to be with you anymore. Let us be happy with this win. Plus, okay, you are plus after the Commanders last week. I said, oh no, we did, yeah. Oh, Vegeta, there you go, Vegeta. Good for you, buddy. Yeah, I grew up in Arkansas, so pretty much, I'd say 90% of my friends around. I mean, I'd say 90%, but a high portion of my fans or friends, I should say, if they're an NFL team, would be the Cowboys. So, I mean, you know, that's if we watch sports, of course, meaning Dallas. I mean, if Dallas, that's all it was Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys, Dallas. Obviously, it could be July and we talking Cowboys. I mean, well, obviously, because it's Cowboy. It could be, my bad. It could be March, February, June, May. It's still Cowboys. I mean, it could be like Luka just scored like 80. Top headline. With Cowboys today, like what? What about the Cowboys? Luka scored 80. Who cares about the Cowboys right now? But yeah, it's understand, man. It's a big following. How it's still America's team. I think a lot of people kind of wondering why we still call it that. I think it's just because supposedly, but there's still just a lot of Cowboy fans. There's just a lot of Cowboy fans just spread all over the place. Yeah, Daryl's. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tom should just. Yeah. Tom should have retired after. I don't know what he was doing. I mean, didn't he lose money? Well, if he needs money, well, Vegeta, if Tom Brady needs money, that dude is one idiot mother effer. I mean, his wife was at one point was and still may hold the record for the highest paid model of all time. At the time, she was the highest paid model in the world, Giselle, making like 10, 15, who knows, $20 million a year. So is that alone. He's making who knows what crazy amount a year. I'll see Nate trades 5 days with his kids and grabbed his cleats. Yeah, right. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm done with Giselle. Thomas, the Cowboys have the easiest road to the Super Bowl. Do they? I mean, well, one could argue Philly does, right? I mean, if you want to be a Philly fan and say, I mean, they got to play New York as a subpar team, then they got to play the winner. You know what I mean? So yeah, either way, I think the toughest road's Jacksonville, because if you're Jacksonville, you got to go to Kansas City. You got to go to Kansas City if you're Jacksonville and beat Kansas City and Mahomes. Then if you beat them, then you've got to go to Buffalo or Cincinnati and beat them on the road, which is definitely will be something hard to do. I'll never forget because my Broncos actually did this in the first Super Bowl run. The Broncos had to play, you can go look it up. The Broncos had to play in the divisional round, had to play at Kansas City. Sniz, you were, again, probably too young for this. Sniz, this was 98. So Sniz were even born in 98, maybe, possibly. But Sniz in 98, I watched the Broncos. They had to go on the road. They had the wild card game at home. They played Jacksonville, so that's what reminded me of this. They played Jacksonville, got a revenge on them, because Denver was the number one seed in 1996 with a 13-3 record, and the divisional round after a bye week had Jacksonville come in and knock them off at home. So I had that, and all of us, and of course them, had that. I probably cried. I know a lot. It was the first bet. Here's a quick one. Bet, and Dad made me pay up. I'll never forget because I went to El Rancho afterward. I was with my buddy Mitchell, and he literally brought it up during the dinner. And he's like, so where's that $20 you owe me? I bet my dad $20 that weed. I forgot what it was during the game. And I was like, no, we'll win this game. And he's like, you want to bet on it? I'm like, yeah. So my dad literally took $20 from his son. I mean, I think he gave it back. I can't remember in the end, but he literally took it from me at dinner. It was funny. I remember crying at dinner like, you got to be kidding me. Broncos lost, and now I got to give up $20 at El Rancho, my favorite Mexican joint here. You got to be kidding me, Pops. I'm enjoying my quesadillas over here, my damn quesadillas. Anywho, but point being the next year, they didn't have the best record, and so they had to play in the wild card, actually, unfortunately, at 12-4, actually. 12-4 had to play in the wild card, demolished Jacksonville. Then they had to go on the road to Kansas City, beat Kansas City in a very late, awesome, low-scoring game, beat KC. Then had to go on the road to Pitt. I think they were the first team, or one of the few teams that have actually, at that time, had ever done that, go on the road divisional and divisional round and conference championship, and then go on to win the Super Bowl. But they went at KC, Denver did, went at Pittsburgh, won both of those games, and then went to the Super Bowl and beat the Packers, which of course had I think Denver was a 13 or 14 point underdog in that game. So it can be done. So wife was worth $750 million as of December, and he has a $400 million. There you go. He doesn't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly. That's crazy. She's worked that out because me and all my little side stories. One of my best friends, I dated her. We always it was point being she was like my best friend, so that's why it never worked out. But it was like it was the girl in high school. She was like one of your best friends, and you have connection, but you try to date and it just didn't work right. But this girl. She loved Giselle, though. It was so funny. She had one of her binders covered in guys, but one of them she was so obsessed with Giselle, and just Giselle. And I'm like, she was obsessed with this girl, and she's like, she was tall and wanted to be a model and all this stuff. And I'm like, I always give her a hard time. You aren't gonna be Giselle, and I'm always like, she ain't even that pretty anyway. I always give her a hard time about Giselle, and then Giselle ends up, I'm like, damn, Giselle married Tom Brady, and where Giselle's at now. I'm like, I was like, I wonder what Laura feels about Giselle these days. Love Chip up in there. Yeah, it was funny. We've maintained the friendship afterward, but we could probably message her now, but yeah, it was nothing. Yeah, it was always more of a friendship, but it was funny. She loved Giselle. That was the thing back in the day too. If you grew up I doubt they did this in the last 10, 15 years, guys, if you went to school. But in the late 90s and early 2000s, if you went to school then, girls would cover their binders with all the little 17 magazine, all the hot guys. It would just be 47 different hot guys, or maybe the same hot guy all over their binder or all over their folder or whatever it was. I'll never forget those days. Not every girl did that, but a lot of them did. I'm like, what in the world? I'll let you to call her. We'll call up. We should call her. All right, hey, I want to just get a quick little interview. How do you feel about Giselle? Did you take anything after her? Do you own your own business now? Did you get into modeling? I'd like to know. Laura. All right, team, any questions? You guys got questions, comments, concerns? I know, look, because it has been literally, we've been watching CYAD go sideways on the VWAP for about 30-40 minutes here. If there's any tickers you want me to look at, let me know right now. Again, team, ready to really kind of get back to the grind of things starting tomorrow. More so today. I had a lot of those sessions this morning, so when I forgot about that, they were kind of backloaded from last week. I had a couple yesterday afternoon, then I had some this morning. So tomorrow, I'll finally kind of get a morning to myself just to relax and get into stocks, and I'll be ready to rock and roll with you guys. So look for my alerts tomorrow. Hopefully we have something to actually alert and me to trade. Tomorrow, though, please, I will be up and rocking and rolling. Come on over to my lobby if you want to join. I won't be going live and commentating, but I will have my live stream up so you can see my alerts. I'll have them in both lobbies, so that way if you want to have my lobby up, is my point, so you can just directly see my alerts right when they get put out. Try to get my morning, or my mouth. I feel like sometimes I could be called mouth. I don't know if you guys have seen the Goonies. Actually, just another side story. Big lover of the Goonies. Some guy just bought that house that's in Oregon. The house that's in the Goonies. That's in the first 20, 30, 40 minutes of it or so. Someone just bought that house for $1.6 million. Is gonna keep it forever. The Goonies house, so that way it kind of gets kept in the Goonies name, which I thought was kind of cool. But yeah, mouth over here needs a little break tomorrow morning, so I'm gonna put the motor on stop. I still have my note. There you go, Storm. So on my notebook, Vegeta, put her on the screen. Oh, Laura, Tom Brady. Let's see. I haven't seen Laura in a while. Probably still looks honestly the same. Tom Brady. Let's see, girlfriend. Let's see. That's the new girlfriend. How old is this girl? I just want to know how old she is. How old team is Veronica Regic? How old is she? Is she Russian with that last name? Sounds like she's like Russian or something. I don't really know. Slovakian. I was pretty close there with that last name. Here we go. Age, family bio. Born in 96. Tom. Born in 96. Bro. I mean, could we move to at least like, you know, before your, I think you were in college then, I'm pretty damn sure. Could we like move at least to like, you know, okay, she was born when I was in, you know, like not college? That's crazy. All right, team. What do we got? I'm just looking for anything else. I know really for the most part, CYAD seems to be the top 2 movers recently. If there's anything else, let me know. 10 years younger than me. That's what I'm looking at. There you go, Renard. Well, he's like 40 though, Renard. Or however, it's not like he's your age, Renard. He's, you know, it's one thing if you are 36. You know, if you're 36, he's 26. There, you know, 10 years I'm good with. But when you're like 57, like Tom Brady is, you know, come on, Tom. I mean, you can't be when you're, you know. And what's funny, and he literally called it. We've got to go back about 4 or 5 seasons. Tom literally called. He said, remember he called this when he said he would play. I forgot what year it was, but he said he'd play into his mid 40s. Son of a gun. I guess maybe that was what it was. He was just going to say, I told you I'd play into while I was 45. A starting quarterback team. He's 40. He's 45. Now he's finally starting to look. I mean, not 45. You'd want to say that. You go put any other 45-year-old quarterback out there right now, I would feel really, really bad for him. I'd feel bad. You know, Tom is actually somewhat trying to get it somewhat of the job done. Not looking that great, but I mean, wow. That's crazy. Oh, Vegeta. Yeah, you know, some people just don't have, you know, you gotta have morals. Some people, I guess, you know, some people just don't have some morals, which I totally understand. Icy. Oh, is Icy still around? I forgot about Icy. Icy, finally, look at this, and it ended up being a decent short. Look at this. Did it finally crack the New Year's? It didn't crack that $20 area again until New Year's. You've got to be effing bluffing kidding me. Right when I go on vacation, team, look where this cracks. Look at this, and finally do you get your 20. I called this out, the $20 shelf crack, and look, ends up being another decent short. Nothing crazy. That's funny, though. It finally cracked 20. Like, did it finally ever crack 20? A little bit of shelf there. Good eye there, D. Sarley. The 1950-ish area, there is a little bit of a shelf there. Watch for a shelf crack. Could possibly get down to 1935. Maybe down to that VWAP area. Very, very, very low volume, as you can see for the day. Take it slow and steady as it goes. GP, the only stock that I've seen recently hit the breakout scanner over the past really couple hours since I've gone live. This is the main one hitting the breakout scanner for the most part. When your children and the girlfriend, exactly, yeah. That's when you know you're living a good classic Jerry Springer moment. Well, honey, kids, meet my new girlfriend. That's right, Miss Teen USA. Karen Fuller. That's right, Miss Teen USA Karen Fuller out of Georgia. That's right, meet her. She's out of Savannah, Georgia. She is 17 years old. Just won Miss Teen USA last year. Like, what are you guys doing? Oh, man, oh, team. This is one of the slower lunch periods we've seen here over a while. We're talking about Miss Teen USA. All right, team. I didn't just want to real quickly. I think I showed the t-shirts off last week. I did get those in, but finally, show these off again. I will be selling some more of these, but finally that I feel a little bit better, I'll be sending these off to the winner. So if you did win the inaugural giveaway of the AK47 t-shirt, these bad boys right here, the AK47 Banana Split t-shirt, we'll be sending these off in the next 24 hours. So you'll be looking for those. And we'll be getting more of those and some more, you know, I'd say some trademark AK47 logo on the next set. So whether you get the giveaway on the next set or you want to purchase some, I will have some coming up relatively soon. All right, team. Questions. Anything you guys have, let me know. Anything, team? Any stocks you want me to go over? Tesla, SPY again. Watch for the kind of the squeeze. It's getting tighter and tighter and tighter into this wedge. I'm kind of put that over in Dex Lobby. SPY getting tighter and tighter in its wedge. Pop or drop soon. Trend line and VWAP. Super tight. Say here, BTC. I'm trying to short BTCM. I'm trying to short 370. I think you mean maybe 470. Maybe. Storm. Maybe you mean 470. You said 370. Let me know, Storm. I would say BTCM. I would wait for this 440ish, 435. I'd go 440 shelf to crack. This is getting tighter into this downtrend in this area of support, so I would just wait for this 440 area to crack. That way you have room to move down. You don't have to really worry about too much anymore. This, I would just be careful because this could easily squeeze. You don't know if it's going to stop at VWAP and 475, 480. If it's going to push to 490 and squeeze above VWAP. It's down to 370. Down to, yes. Down to, you could. I would say, though, overall, if you do see anything around a hair, a click below 4, take most of that profit. If you see anything around 415, down to this area that I'm showing you right there at 390, you can see this base point right there at 390 in pre-market, and then right here in a little bit of a sandwich area right here after the opening bell into, an hour and a half, hour or so after the opening bell at $4. So if you see anything just below 4, be 75 to 90, 75 to 90% out of that trade. Got a Storm. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, bada boom, bada boom. Storm, what's your favorite storm? Or do you just like all storms? Maybe. Are you going to see the movie Twisters when it comes out? Just realize all these... it's like it was like an onslaught of all these different movies they're remaking from the 80s and 90s over the past year that I've seen. From Beverly Hills Cop to Lethal Weapon to Twister. I'm like, they're just remaking everything now. Storm, I live in Puerto Rico. So that would be... Any tropical storm would be about the only storm you know of. If you ever seen a winter storm, you're crazy. You're living a crazy life in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, the only island in the world that sees winter storms. It sees hurricanes and tropical storms. That's right, and also sees land storms as tornadoes. Man, if you saw everything, it'd be crazy on an island. Tornadoes. You got snow. You kind of get a tornado in a way if you get a water spout. Fiona big. That was a big baby. Fiona was big. What's up, Amish? How you doing, Amish? I'm doing all right. If you're doing all right, I'm doing all right. I'm just chilling, working my way through this lunch hour commentary. Very slow day right now. SPY was talking about this getting tighter and tighter in its wedge. Watch for a pop or drop soon. Here's the pop over the VWAP here, team. Said watch for a move up to that 399 area. BTCM, here we go. BTCM, small little pop there and squeeze back on up. Nothing too crazy, though. About the only ticker that I've seen, honestly, in my opinion, over the past, 2, 3, 4 hours that I said worth it, darn it. I said we wouldn't see one, and I would say if there is going to be one, if there is going to be one ticker today that we see move anything at all for the rest of the day, it's going to be most likely BTCM. GP, I wouldn't really worry about it too much. CY80, honestly, wouldn't worry about it too much. Now, this would be the secondary stock that I'd look at. Just because it's 16 mil in float, it's still up for the day, still close to that resistance area, could could squeeze. This would be the higher chance, in my opinion, BTCM, for that squeeze back up to that high of day area, a little bit lower float as well. Seems to be a little bit poppier of a mover at times. Oh, baby boys, and baby girls. There he is, the living. I was like, just reading y'all's comments. I'm like, with me? Who? No. Cry later. How you doing, boss? Definitely not cry now. Let's cry later. Doing all right. Doing all right. Trying to get the singing voice back together. There's much of a singing voice there, but we're trying to get it back. Not much to look at. BTCM seems to be the main mover that we were kind of slowly discussing. And SPY, of course, getting this tighter and tighter wedge with the trend line and the VWAP. I can move this trend line down probably a tad bit and get it in there a little bit better. Make it look so funky in there. You make it look so funky, AK. There we go. That trend line looks perfect now. So we were getting tighter and tighter and tighter. When did I put this line of support in? Oh, I put that in the day before I left. That's crazy. I did not realize right there, date 1/7/22. So right before I put in endpoint. Yeah, because that's what I thought. So this has been in for just a little bit there. Oh, that's the downtrend line. That's the downtrend line. Edit properties. That's the downtrend line that I've had in for a while now. So that's the downtrend line. Now, I was wondering what this green line was. I'm actually going to move this green, edit it. That's the downtrend line. I'm going to make this a random color. Go yellow. Just so I know that's the daily downtrend that we're trying to get up and out of, up and out of. That's about it, though. Saw a little squeeze there from maybe the possible from the SPY, but it has been slow today. Still recovering from the chest, the upper respiratory issue is what we'll call it. What's called the upper respiratory issue. Everything else though is good to go, man. How are you doing though? Cry later. BTCM team, here's what I talked about for the short up top. Not that you were going to take it or anyone was, but I was kind of breaking it down all over the place there a minute ago for Storm. Being careful for that 470, or if it was 475 or even 490, just be careful with the short here. Once we break that downtrend, get back above the VWAP, this could squeeze easily into that low to mid $5 area. Good, man. Good to know. Good to know. Forgot to make a tea. But today before my stream, I should have made a tea though. Helps the throat out a little bit. All good though. I think that's why tomorrow morning, just if you are starting to join tomorrow morning, we'll have my stream up. So if you want to come over and see my alerts, I'm going to have my alerts ready. I'm going to try to get some trades in tomorrow big time. Hopefully we have something to trade. Because even looking back after today, even if I thought about looking at everything that's moved, I don't know how many trades I would have even had. So wasn't a lot to look at today overall in the first place. Hoping tomorrow we at least get a play, if not two, to get multiple trades on. So I'll have my lobby up in the morning. Won't be streaming. I'm going to rest the voice tomorrow, rest the old motor mouth over here. Go live for lunch 100%, but tomorrow I'll have my stream up in the morning. So you have both streams going, Deck and mine. And you'll see this, of course, like you normally get to see, and I'll just have my alerts over here. So the main thing is just so you can have my alerts nonstop coming in. And then that way you don't have to search through Deck's, cipher through Deck's lobby of where my alerts at, when they're coming in. You just know you can come over to my lobby or have my lobby pulled up, or at least have my, because all you have to do, team, is this right here. If you even if you don't want to have my lobby pulled up and you're just like, okay, I don't want to have your lobby up, I just want to listen to AK talk. Just press that button right there. See that little pin button right there? And whichever one of these are on, whether it's the talk tab or whether it's the profits tab or the users tab, it will then pop it out. So then you can then have this wherever you want. And like say if you want to pop out the alerts tab, you click that and then boom, it pops out the alerts tab, right? And now all you have to do if you want it to go back in there, see what I just did there, you just X out of it. See, watch when I X out of this right here. Boom, and then it'll come back into there. So there's not like you have to move it back over there. Just X out of it and then the talk tab will come back in. There you go, Amish. Yeah, I didn't know if a lot of traders knew that. So there you go. They use that little tab button if you need to pop out the talk tab every once in a while. If you don't want to have the whole lobby up, you can just have the talk tab pulled out. There you go, baby boy. A little magic trick for you. I'm always trying to show you guys little magic tricks. Alright, questions, comments, concerns, anything you guys want to go over, let me know. Again, tomorrow I'll have my lobby up so you guys can get my alerts and look for my trades tomorrow. Really don't see a lot else moving for the last 15 minutes. So whatever you guys want to go over, the anything you want to go over, ask me at all, let me know right now. I am up for any questions you guys have. If not, we can always end things a tad bit early. Like I said, let me know if you need any questions, any stock, anything you want to go over. If you're just here listening to AK ramble on like it's a podcast. Is that kind of what it is for you guys sometimes, almost anyway? Maybe we'll get some trades in. If it's slow like now, you just keep listening, kind of like it's just a podcast. It's just a radio station. I'll just keep listening. It's a little background noise while I get stuff done. Never really thought of it that way. Like, it probably kind of is during lunch hours a lot of the time, because sometimes lunch hours is just slow. I'm not going to take trades if it's like this. So I know sometimes we'll get to talking about all kinds of stuff. Laura and Giselle, or food or dogs, what have you. Dude, I'm editing drums and just hanging out. I love it. Thomas, I'll tell you right now, Taylor Trader is not doing options, so it'll just be like he's just doing shares. So Thomas, he does not do options at all. Taylor Trader is only shares. He does not do options, so it is all shares based for Taylor Trader. So he is currently in longs. I don't know what his price would be, but you get my point. Yeah, I don't know. He is in shares. Tesla 2, just watching this overall, there was that small trend line crack that I talked about. Daddy be trading anywhere else. There's that small short-lived short. And where did it come down to? Pretty much where I would have told you to take some profit. Old resistance right here equals new support, right around that 130.25, 130.30 mark. And then Tesla came over the other side. Taylor Trader came on the other side. My exact entry is 130.70 if anyone is curious. So 130.70 is Taylor Trader's entry for the long side. Boom! Oh, T Trader. All right, team, anything else you want to go over? Anything? Tomorrow, really nothing on the watch list as of right now. That I'm seeing that I would be going, man, I want to short this tomorrow, or I'm looking at this stock tomorrow. Usually there are some days, I'd say maybe 20 to 30% of the days that I trade, that's the possibility where I'm looking at this for the next day. Usually it was, unfortunately last year, it was Sigas of the world of Aru, Redbox. I kind of knew what I would be looking for. IC was one even more recently. Today, there's not a lot that I'm looking at that I really like that I'd say, man, tomorrow I'm really going to be looking at this. So there's nothing in my mind right now to say, look, keep this on watch for tomorrow for a good short. Today, and I should have said that this morning, honestly, to you guys when I came into chat, when I was alerting, about an hour before the opening bell, when I did short TCBP, and really, literally, where did TCBP ever even finish off to today? This is just crazy. TCBP, I haven't looked at this in nothing too crazy. Was EH, was another one that I had on my watch from Friday that I did alert this morning. I think James27 did alert this morning as well. This was the mover from Friday, and kind of a multi-day mover before that up into the big move Friday. And I had this on watch just for movement, now not knowing that the great short was going to happen, but it ended up being a great short today overall. So EH, from $17-ish all the way down to the mid-13s now, that's seen a good $4 drop today or so. That was the main and only play that I would have said, hey, today this is what I was looking for, or would have been looking for. Other than that, I'm not seeing that, though, for today into tomorrow. Awesome itch. Anything else you guys have? Let me know right now. Really just kind of chilling for the last 10 minutes here or so for commentary. Just kind of guiding you guys through. Just talking, Amish is editing drums. Renard's making some tea. Thomas is still upset that the Michigan Wolverines didn't win the national championship. Cry Later is crying later. Storm is hoping that Hurricane Fiona never comes back again. Anything else, team? Let me know. Anything? Let me know. Everyone else, thank you for coming back over. Nice little 3-day weekend. Flew right on by. Other cousin, D. Sarley, Vegeta, Love Chip, Sniz, Daryl, Sky Chimp. I didn't know Sky Chimp. I didn't see Sky Chimp pop in earlier. Come on in. Anything else, team? Have a good rest of your day. I don't think there's anything else to worry about for tonight into tomorrow. Seeing anything else to really worry about at this moment. Churning butter. Oh, it's just churning some butter. That's awesome. Let's see. All right, team. I think we are done. Have a good rest of your day, team. I know it is super slow out there. I honestly wouldn't risk the biscuit. If you're looking to take a trade for the rest of the day, I think the only thing in the small cap world, in my opinion, that I would be looking at would be BTCM. It has a little bit of a shelf, and they're crazy. They're all red candles because there's hardly been any movement, which is be right here. Back below the 470, 475 mark. Watch for a pullback back down to the downtrend line in the 435, 440 mark. Once we crack 440, that's when this can dump down even more, in my opinion. This would be your really only trade to be had for the rest of the day in the small cap world. Maybe CYAD. If and when CYAD actually gets back above this 230 mark, 240 mark for a nice good squeeze and pop for one last end of day squeeze. Maybe below 180 and you get a good short on it. You know, I say maybe because I don't know if it's even going to get down to 180 again. So maybe it finally gets to 180 and cracks it. SPY. Again, put your trend line in and trade it. Seems to me this is really the overall trend for the SPY. What we've had, this nice uptrend movement. I'll adjust it a little bit more so you can see what I'm seeing overall. That would be your trend line on the SPY. Get in there about as tight as you can. Trade that uptrend channel that we've been in all morning. Ended lunch hours now. Kind of getting tighter and tighter. We did have a downtrend. If you looked at it earlier, a little bit of a downtrend starting right here. We broke that downtrend. Somewhat of an uptrend channel slowly maybe getting built right here. We'll see. You know, we'll see if we pop into that. That's why I said it had room, in my opinion, to 399. I learned that in Dex Lobby earlier. Now it's a little bit higher than that. It's because it seems like it has this uptrend channel that it's trying to stick in as of right now. Tesla, I know you guys, because Taylor Trader may have been looking at that, is forming an M shape, so watch for a double top at 130, 140, 130, 150. Back underneath this 130, 50, and especially 130, this will start pulling back even more so for a short. Above this 130, 140, 130, 150 mark, watch for the next leg up. Really, let's see, I'm seeing if there's anything else you guys want to go over. Let's see Tesla with the new high, and there you go. It could be that way, but it needs to get over that 130, 140, 130, 150 mark. Close and open candles. Candlestick confirmation will be key on that. Oh, Renard, no, I'll be sitting right here. Renard, well, if anything, I'll be trying to get her a new ride. You know, hell, man, that's the one thing I'll be trying to do. I'll be hooking my wife up with a new ride. What's funny, too, because back even with the 392, I hadn't brought this up to you guys, but I know all you guys would know the 392. She's like, it's almost like she likes it, but she's like, you got that for you type car situation. And so I feel like I kind of feel bad. And I mean, because I kind of did, but, you know, it kind of was mostly for her. And so she's throwing me this fit every once in a while. And so I'm like, okay. Now I feel bad, like I need to update her BMW. But I'll be chilling, trying to get healthier and relaxing, really, for the most part this week. Slowly playing catch up from last week, you know, getting the house back. Not that it's not in order, but, you know, slowly getting everything back in the post-vacation, you know, back in organization mode. Renard, Wags, Amish, Thomas, have a good rest of your day. Cry later, Storm, everyone for coming over. D. Sarley, Love Chip, everyone else. Again, tomorrow, team. I know it's a little bit slow today, so if you're back here tomorrow, Wednesday, it's already hump day tomorrow, already midway through the week tomorrow. Look for my alerts. I'll have my lobby up so that way you can come over here and at least pull my alerts up if you want to look at my alerts for some stocks that I'll be trading. And if it's a slower morning and I'm not seeing much, maybe I'll just, you know, pull back on the reins and just say, hey, I'm not trading today. I don't see anything I like. I'm not going to force. I'm hoping that's not the case. I'd like to get some trades under the belt. Lost boys, lost girls, it is time to call it a day. Give a little bit of the throat, the mouth over here, the motor mouth, a little bit of a rest into tomorrow. I will see you all back here then, team, tomorrow morning with my lobby up, with my alerts. Of course, tomorrow afternoon, I will have, or for lunch, as usual, tomorrow for lunch. And now, what I was going to start this week real quickly, what I was going to start doing this week, and I may start next week, is I want to start streaming with you guys every Thursday and Friday. So I'll probably tease that again tomorrow. But moving forward, Thursdays and Friday mornings, I'm going to start streaming with you guys all day long. You know, so kind of like Freaky Friday Takeover and how I was doing the end of the last year where I was doing Thursdays too. But Thursday and Friday moving forward this year, the whole entire year, you're going to not only have me for lunch, but you're going to have me for Thursday morning and Friday morning commentary. So moving forward, and it may have to wait till next week because of, you know, me wanting to be able to get over this. So I may start next week. Regardless, even if it is next week, Thursday and Friday mornings, you're going to have me for morning commentary. So I'll have my lobby up, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes for the opening bells when my commentary always starts. Lobby's up 30 minutes, 45 minutes for the opening bell. And that'll wait 5-10 minutes for the opening bell. My commentary will be starting. You'll see my face 5, 10, 15 minutes for the opening bell. That's when my commentary will start. So that way I'll kind of alert to you guys what I'm looking at, what I'm looking for, what trades I'm looking to take, and then we'll get some trades, under the belt and going on Thursdays and Fridays this year. Have a good rest of your day, team. See you all back here tomorrow for alerts and, of course, then for some more fun and some more actual trades. Lost boys, lost girls. See you then. Let's get it. It'll be a small bangarang to take. And 3, 2, 1. There it is. Bangarang! It sounds a little different. It ain't quite there yet. Hopefully by Friday, I'll get this voice rocking and rolling again, team. See you then. Little green for Godzilla. Little green for this song if you've heard it before.
Hear my cries, hear my call, give me your ears, see my fall, see my error, know my faults, time halts, see my loss, know I'm lacking, backtracking, where I met you, pistol packing, itchy finger, trigger happy, try to trap me, being rap, why you tap me, backstab me, break the faith, fall from race, tell me lies, time flies, close your eyes, come with me. Come with me. Yeah. Come with me. Yeah. You said to trust you, you never hurt me. Now I'm disgusted, sustained adjusted. Certainly you fooled me, ridiculed me, left me hanging. Now shit boomeranging, right back at ya. Big long range, narrow-minded, left me blinded. I co-signed it, shit backfired, but I'm bouncing back. I grind it, now many would bear the pressure. You comprehend me, you want to end me, you offend me. It's drama, feel the trauma. Come with me. Yeah. Come with me. Don't be afraid. Yeah. Come with me. I close my eyes and I see you standing there. I cry tears of sorrow. I die. Yeah. Fuck my enemies, fuck my foes. Damn these hoes, you're stepping on my toes. Back up off me, take your hands off me. Give me room to breathe. I'm not hearing it, I'm not fearing it. I'm up to my ears in it. Bullshit, I'm destructive. Some women find that seductive. Some say it's lunacy. Reluctantly, I've been moving on. I ignore you, sorry if I bore you. I neglect you, don't mean to disrespect you. Can't you see? I love you dearly, and not sincerely, but you annoy me, you can't avoid me, I'm here to stay, forever and ever, in a day that's never, I can't let you go, I can't forget it, why you did it, I won't permit it, I won't acquit it, I wanna fight.